मेडिसिन पे, किसी
जी जी जी।
फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री में,
नहीं सर, ये हो गया, इस
ड्रग्स
समय
के ऊपर
स्टार्ट कर
काम
दिया इन
कर
लोगों
रहा
ने
हूँ, और
पहले
मैं
ही
कोई
थोड़ा सा।
ऐसा फॉर्मूला इवेल्युएट कर रहा हूँ जिससे किसी एक पर्टिकुलर डिजीज को
ठीक है
क्योर
सर,
किया जा
ठीक
सके, ठीक किया जा
है, यू आर
सके,
लाइव
इलाज
अभी।
किया
हाँ
जा
हाँ, आ
सके।
गया आ गया।
ठीक है।
और दैट थिंग डजंट हैपन ओवरनाइट. It takes your time, it takes your energy,
ये
it takes certain amount of money in terms of
मैं
cost.
पहले,
It's called
ओ,
research and
अरे
development cost.
टाइम कहाँ दे
तो
रहे हैं
बाबा तो
किसी
मैंने तेरे को
So
पहले बोला था
if
ना
I
जैसे।
am inventing a new thing, I am investing my time, I am investing my energy, I am
सुन सुन,
investing
इधर इधर आ मेरे पास, आ इधर आ।
my money, and after doing all
मैं
these
अभी थोड़ा
things,
बिजी हूँ,
when
मैं कल
I
करता हूँ
launch
आपको।
my product, clear? So what would
यूट्यूब में
happen?
वायरल वो सही नहीं चल
My
रहा है, ऐसे करते हैं
competitor,
नो डाटा।
those who have
नेट
done
नहीं सही चल
nothing,
रहा
नेट तो
they
बहुत अच्छा
would
है।
buy my product,
है, नेट नहीं
they
चल रहा
will do
इसमें।
all
Error
the
due to
reverse
receive enough
engineering,
video to
they
maintenance
will find
smoothing
out what kind of content I have
as
added
such
into it,
view open view.
in what
Error
amount
due
I
to we
have
received
added those
enough video
content into
to
that
maintain a
medicine.
smoothing
बता फ़ोन
stream।
करके जल्दी।
They would find out, or all of a sudden overnight,
ऊपर भी दिखा रहा है
हाँ है
stream।
भी
they
स्ट्रीम,
will
है ही नहीं, नेट
make the
नहीं नहीं नहीं।
substitute of my product. So what would happen? Whatever
YouTube is
money,
not receiving
whatever time, whatever energy
enough
I have
video to maintain
invested
a smooth
to
stream।
नहीं ये नेट यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं आ रहा
innovate
सही,
those
थोड़ा क्यों आ रहा
products,
है
I
इसको, वाईफाई से
couldn't
कनेक्ट
get
क्यों
the
नहीं कर
return
रहा?
of my
वाईफाई थोड़ी
investment.
लैन दे रखा है
And
इसको,
ये
boss,
बता दे,
नो डाटा
हो जाएगा वो, हम छिड़े उसमें पहले अब आएगा।
एक्सीलेंट कनेक्शन,
हाँ
एक्सीलेंट
अब
होगा,
आएगा फिर।
स्ट्रीमिंग इज हेल्थी।
एक बार यूट्यूब चलाना जरा, देखना आ रहा है क्या?
नहीं आप चलाओ यूट्यूब, इस समय चलाओ।
बता फ़ोन करके बोलना ब्लैंक स्क्रीन आ रही है।
ये कुछ हो रहा है, अभी रुक जाओ, गोल गोल
कौन?
घूम रहा है।
मैं इस पर कुछ नहीं कर रहा, इस पर मैं तो देख रहा था।
ये क्या आ रहा है?
ये तो पता नहीं क्या है, क्या बीच बीच में
ये आ जा रहा है, ये इसका इसका
कहाँ से करूँगा ये? नहीं तूने जूम किया हुआ है, जूम है
हाँ
कनेक्ट?
हाँ। अबे बंद हो जाओ कहीं से, कहाँ से बंद हो जाओ?
ब्लैंक आ रही है ना स्क्रीन। 2 मिनट रुक जाओ, अभी आ जाएगा। फ़ोन कर उनको दोबारा।
अरे यू तो हट गया।
इस बंद करनी, इसको मिनिमाइज कर, मिनिमाइज।
नहीं, रिटर्न टू मीटिंग पे जाना है इससे।
रिटर्न टू मीटिंग
मीटिंग्स में जाके ये बंद हो गया भाई।
या जिसके लिए ना लैपटॉप बढ़िया चाहिए, ये ऐसे नकली कामों से नहीं होगा। ये चीज़ें इतनी हाई वो चीज़ें नहीं चलती है इसमें। ये तेरे को ओबीएस लगता है चलने वाला कि ये लैपटॉप?
ये अटक ही गया।
जो ये है ही इसमें लैपटॉप, इसमें चलेगा तेरा ओबीएस? तो ये
मैक्सिमम
बता,
नंबर ऑफ अलाउड पार्टी चेक करिए ना, इनके में नहीं है वो जो उसमें है, उसमें है ये।
तू पहले एक बार ये स्क्रीन का बता
एक
उनको फ़ोन
एक
करके।
नहीं नहीं, ये आएगा, 1 मिनट रुक जाओ सर। जूम में जाओ, मैडम सुनी तो रही है, कुछ कर थोड़ी रही है उस पर। साइन आउट करो इसको। नोट रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं दे रहा है। इसमें है नहीं, यूज अनदर अकाउंट। SPECSPCOM KIIT all dot in। नेक्स्ट SPECOM KIIT टू जीरो डबल टू। नेक्स्ट थैंक्स, ओपन जूम मीटिंग।
है
Recording in
तो
progress.
इनोवेटर को मोनोपोली एंजॉय करने का टाइम तो
ये
दिया
है
जाए,
सर, वीडियो चल रही है।
उसको सोल ऑनरशिप एंजॉय
मोबाइल
का
के
राइट
नीचे
तो
है
दिया
ये,
जाए।
एग्जिट फुल स्क्रीन।
क्लियर? लेकिन उसकी मोनोपोली थ्रू आउट ना बनी रहे। इट शुड बी इन रीच ऑफ एवरीबडी। सपोज अभी कोविड केस आया था, 2 or 3 companies have invented co-vaccine, and this co-vaccine was having the cost earlier
ये नहीं, ये खोल लो,
2500 per
यूट्यूब
dose.
स्टूडियो।
Nowadays if you see the
यहाँ फ़ोन करो
costing,
उनको, ये
that
इसमें
costing
ब्लैंक आ रहा
is
है,
lower down,
वो कर देंगे
because
2 मिनट में भी
the
सेटिंग में। वो अभी स्लो
preliminary
चल तो रही
company,
स्ट्रीमिंग
those who
दिखा रही
have
हो रही है,
invented those
लेकिन
formulas,
वहाँ पे वो आ रहा
they
है,
have
ब्लैंक आ रहा है।
shared their license to reproduce that drugs
ये क्या
with
खुल रहा है,
different
ये क्या
name,
खुल रहा है ये?
but the
ये
royalty should be
कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं,
shared by
दिखा
the
दो
original company.
सर। ये
जैसे
चल तो रहा है
कोवैक्सीन
लेकिन
जो थी,
स्क्रीन ब्लैंक आ रही है सर,
या
स्ट्रीमिंग तो हो रही है, एक्सलेंट भी दिखा रहा है बट स्क्रीन नहीं आ
आपको
रही सर इसकी, यूट्यूब
एक
स्टूडियो पे ही।
वैक्सीन का नाम और था कोवैक्सीन के साथ,
और
एस्ट्रोजेनिका,
नहीं सर, ओबीएस में भी नहीं जा रही है।
एस्ट्रोजेनिका वैक्सीन that is developed by Oxford University in association with Adar
जी,
Poonawalla Serum Institute of Pune. So they were the
स्क्रीन
original
कैप्चर
company,
वाला।
those who have designed or invented those
ये क्या इसमें है नहीं,
सर
इसमें
इस
ट्रेलर
vaccine.
कुछ भी
नहीं,
नहीं
इसमें
है।
तो सर सोर्स
Obviously,
वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा है इसमें।
while inventing those vaccines, they have utilized their resources. And when they have invented all of a sudden, if everybody
हाँ
used
जी,
to copy of that vaccine, so the original company would not get the benefit of
इसके सर इसमें ना
ऑनरशिप राइट।
प्रॉपर्टीज, मैं
क्यों?
देखिए सर
क्योंकि वो
सुबह से ही
सबके
देख
लिए
रहा हूँ, इसमें
अवेलेबल हो
प्रॉपर्टीज
जाएगा।
का ऑप्शन ही नहीं आ
लेकिन
रहा सर
ये
स्क्रीन्स पे।
वैक्सीन आपकी ह्यूमन रेस के लिए जरूरी भी है। तो यहां पर एक लॉ
जो ये
बनाया
बात
गया
पूछ
कि
ले,
किसी भी
सोर्स की बात
ऐसी
कर ले,
चीज
सीन
को
की बात।
सर
जो
सोर्स के
ह्यूमन रेस के
उसमें
लिए
पोर्शन में कह रहे हैं सीन्स
बेनिफिशियरी
वाले में
है,
सर।
चाहे वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट हो, चाहे वो मेडिसिन हो, चाहे
सीन्स
वो
में पहले
ड्रग्स हो,
स्क्रीन कैप्चर वाले पे कुछ
ड्रग्स इन
क्लिक
द
करना
सेंस ऑफ
है।
मेडिसिन दैट इज यूज्ड टू ट्रीट द मोस्ट
स्क्रीन कैप्चर।
acute diseases that comes under the category of drugs. So इन चीजों को प्रिजर्व करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट के पास एक नियम आया कि भाई
हाँ, एक
हम
स्क्रीन
20 साल
सीन
के लिए
तो दिखाई दे
पेटेंट
रहा है सर,
देंगे
लेकिन
और
स्क्रीन
20 साल के
कैप्चर का
बाद इसको
ऑप्शन तो नहीं आ रहा
एक्सटेंड
सर इसमें कहीं पे।
नहीं करेंगे। उसके बाद
बस सिर्फ दो ही
ये
चीज दिखा रहा है,
पर्टिकुलर
एक
प्रोडक्ट,
स्क्रीन वन
ये
और स्क्रीन
पर्टिकुलर
टू,
इंस्ट्रूमेंट, ये
सीन्स वन सीन्स टू।
पर्टिकुलर सिस्टम ह्यूमन रेस के लिए अवेलेबल होगा, और कोई भी कंपनी
हाँ जी हाँ जी,
इसको
सीन्स कलेक्शन का
मैन्युफैक्चर
ऑप्शन है।
कर सकती है, और उसके बाद ओरिजिनल कंपनी को
हाँ जी सर, नमस्कार सर।
नहीं सर,
इसके
इसमें
लिए रॉयल्टी
अनटाइटल्ड
देने की
सिलेक्टेड
जरूरत
है।
नहीं होनी पड़ेगी। लेकिन उसको कई बार हम केयरलेसली चेक नहीं करते कि हम जेन्युइन साइट पे हैं या नहीं, और यही हम थोड़ा सा अपना जो डिटेल है वो स्प्यूरियस साइट्स पे एंटर कर देते हैं, जहां से हम फिर डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस में या अनएथिकल ट्रांजैक्शंस में नुकसान उठाते हैं। तो यही सब चीजें हैं आपके नेट पे। आप देखते होंगे बहुत सारे फेसबुक पे, इंस्टाग्राम पे, यूट्यूब पे फेक कंटेंट डेवलप कर दिए जाते हैं, डिफरेंट लोगों से कंटेंट जनरेट कर दिए जाते हैं। तो ये सब चीजें क्या होती है, लोगों को कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करती है। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन प्लीज?
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Mona Gupta to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rachna. Am I audible?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
are audible.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Professor Rai and all the participants, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. And I, on behalf of KIIT College of Education and entire KIIT Parivar, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Honorable Professor Rai, who blessed us with his presence and took out valuable time from his busy schedule, sir. And you inspired us with your words of wisdom. I especially liked your speech where you mentioned about patents, copyrights, trademarks, industrial designs, trade secrets, geographical indications with so lively examples, be it Chole or LIC, or it is Apple, Samsung, Peter England, Champagne, Mathura ke pede, and basmati rice, be it Darjeeling tea, Kashmir kesar. And very apt line which you mentioned about this is अपराध से पहले अधिकार होता है, अपराध के बाद आपके पास अधिकार नहीं होता है. So the way you explained is, I mean, so easy. And I hope all the participants can relate to all these examples. I must appreciate your work, and sir, it is exemplary. And we extend deep sense of appreciation for you, sir. I once again extend special thanks to you, Professor Rai. And as no program can become successful with a single person, I extend big thanks to our participants also for their active participation for this morning session. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your active participation. Thank you. Over to you, Rachna ma'am.
Thank you, Rachna ma'am.
Thank you, Mona.
For such a wonderful
Now-
interaction.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed, sir. It was a wonderful interaction. आपने जो भी एग्जांपल्स दिए वो सच में बहुत हमारी लाइफ के साथ जुड़े हुए थे, बहुत रियल एग्जांपल्स थे. तो अभी हम लोग एक शॉर्ट ब्रेक लेंगे और सेकंड सेशन के लिए हम 11:30 पे स्टार्ट होगा सेशन डॉक्टर गौरव सिंह का. तो उसके लिए 11:20 तक हम लोग रीजॉइन करें. टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू सो मच. Our YouTube live session is working now. So those join through YouTube, they can go there and they can leave Zoom meeting.
खत्म हो गई तुम खत्म हो गई ये वाली आवाज नहीं आ रही इसका तो देखो
many known names are there among the participants also. So we all met here or there, especially in this online world. We met quite frequently in last 2-3 years. With some we have been interacted in face-to-face mode. With some we have been, we are interacting in online mode anyway. The topic which has been assigned to me is basically preventing the plagiarism. Now, plagiarism has been a big issue in last 20 years, at least, I must say, in India. My interest in this area generated in 2003. If I go back, so I will talk about some history of plagiarism, then how in India it has been become a big issue, then how we will avoid it, and what are the UGC regulations on it, and what are the parts of it. So in that way I have organized my session. So I'm sharing my PPT, and if you want to discuss anyone, you just raise your voice or unmute yourself, and you can ask to me even in between also, or we will have a discussion after the presentation. Whatever is the design of the session by the organizers, I will follow that. So let me start first sharing my screen. So I think the screen is visible now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just minimize it. Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the story. Actually, the story is not very old, but in last 10 years, we have seen a lot of cases of big names which have been caught or accused of plagiarism in the country. And we all are talking about the theme that what is plagiarism and how to avoid it. But the story is very interesting in India. Actually, I'm telling you one story of 1996. It is a story of IIM Ahmedabad. A student in IIM Ahmedabad was doing some research, and he was developing a statistical model to find out the solution of his problem or the data analysis. And then he visited the library of the IIM Ahmedabad. And in the same library, he found a book by Sharma, Shenoy, and one more, I think, Srivastav, co-authored by 3 professors of IIM Ahmedabad itself. And when he was not able to, find the correct model in the book, he went through the other books in the library, and suddenly he came to know that whatever is in the book of Sharma, Shenoy, and Srivastav, it has been taken from the 4 books of the 4 foreign authors, and there is nothing new. And Sharmaji and his party has never acknowledged the contribution of the other authors. There was some politics or some issue, but whatever has happened, the student complained to the director of IIM Ahmedabad that 3 of your professors have written a book which is not the original book written by them. And an inquiry committee was set up, and inquiry committee was came on to the conclusion that not only 4 books, the Sharmaji and his party has written from 10 books, the whole book, and they have not acknowledged at a single place anything which they have taken from other books. At that time in India, there was no norm or there was no regulation against plagiarism, but it was the institution issue. So it was dealt at the institutional level. Some actions have been taken against them. It is a very famous story. But then suddenly the discussion about plagiarism started with a letter. At present, this letter is not available at the internet, but when I did my work at that time, it was. So the letter was written by some professors of Stanford University, Professor S. Chow, Professor Ng Languen, Professor D. Osroff, Professor S. Sankar. And out of these 7 professors, 3 were Nobel laureates. 3 professors of physics have won Nobel Prize in physics. And they wrote a letter to then President of India, which was none other than Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, President of India. This is the copy of that letter. And in that letter, they accused one of very reputed faculty who was the vice chancellor of a university in India, physics professor, Professor B.S. Rajput, that he has done some plagiarism of their work. And when the case was uh, open. He accused that he has not done something. His colleague, a junior faculty in his department, Dr. Kavita Pandey, has done this, and I'm not aware about that. She has used my name as co-author, but unfortunately, Dr. Rajput was the corresponding author, so his claims were shattered and he was removed from the vice chancellorship. This was the letter which basically brought a shame to whole Indian academia. And the whole discussion at the central level started with this letter, and people came to know that yes, plagiarism is a big issue, because this issue was quite popular at that time in the newspaper. That was the time when we were starting our career, at least if I must say. I have started teaching in a B.Ed college at that time. That was the time. Then suddenly, after that, a lot of cases have emerged. You all know that one, due to a plagiarism charge, the then Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, Professor Deepak Bantal, was forced to spend a night in Tihar jail. Then there was some GNU teachers who were caught in the plagiarism issue. Then we all know a famous story of IP University, where the then Dean of Education was accused. Then later on, she was uh, found that it is a conspiracy against her, and the case was shattered. But she was charged, one other faculty was charged with that. Then the Indian Science Advisor, Professor CNR Rao, all these are the big names. All these are the big names. Then some PhD guides in Ahmedabad, then some plagiarism cases, many cases. And at that time, there was a very famous article in Bayer, which article is still available. You can download and read it, that in India, you can plagiarize and flourish. Rajasthan University, and many, I have at least 200 newspaper articles of past 10 years where people have been accused with plagiarism, and the big names. Even sometimes, when a person is going to become something, the plagiarism case emerge. And very famous case in the area of education is of this Jamia professor. Though she is no more, so I'm not going to take her name, but the people in education all know her. That when she was just about to become the chairman of the NCT, the day before that, when her letter was about to sign, her own research scholar uh, filed a claim against her that she has copied some pages from the book of Professor Jadunath Sinha on Indian psychology, and she has taken around 6 to 8 pages from that book without any change or without any acknowledgement to Sinha, and her chance to become the NCT chairman at that time gone. So many times, we do something at present, but things come to us after some time, because this is a case of 2014, and she has done her PhD in 1991. So it is almost after 24 years, the things came back to her, and she missed the chance. So sometimes people use it as an academic rivalry also. Whatever is the case, my whole intention is not to, uh, blame anyone. I just want to put here as an academic argument that plagiarism has remained a big issue, a big problem in India. In the word of academic ethics, the three terms are called three cardinal sins, FFP: falsification, fabrication, and plagiarism. These are the three cardinal sins of academia. Plagiarism is one of that. So when I did the whole analysis of these articles, you can read this paper. I have published a paper on this in the NCERT journal, Journal of Indian Education, where I analyzed all these newspaper articles, and I found that what kind of plagiarism is there. So what I found, that in some cases it is the plagiarism of ideas or thoughts. In some cases it is the plagiarism of old published research work as new, and in some cases it is the plagiarism of data or process from a research paper. uh, this was the time when there was no UGC regulation. So when I analyze all these things, I found that many times people do plagiarism unknowingly. For example, if you visited to a good seminar or a good conference, and a keynote speaker is talking about something, and he used a term which is very much not known to you nor to your academic fraternity, and that term basically clicked you. You came back, you started thinking about that term or that idea, and you collected some data, you presented a model, you developed and you published, but you never acknowledge that this idea is not mine, because I have done whole work, so everything is mine, but the idea is someone else. So sometimes, such things are very common. And I'm again narrating a very good story of a very big university of Delhi. The person who was the part of this plagiarism was at a time he was among the top 4 5 teacher educators of the country. Now he is retired, so I'm not going to his name, but I'm telling you the story. So it is a story of 2011, if I'm not wrong, 11 or 12. Yeah, 12. A new faculty joined his department. So because he was a big professor, so as a young colleague, we always want to go to those people and take some guidance. So the faculty visited to him and greeted him and said, "Sir, I have joined this your department. This is a very big department, and welcome to our university. And we will work together and we will go along. And now you forgot about all the old rubbish publication. You should write something original and you should write some article." He motivated to that faculty. The faculty get motivated, and at that time the RT Act deadline was about to end. So he wrote an article, uh, Right to Education Act, a distance dream. And he drafted the whole article, and he thought that because the great professor has given some idea, so let me discuss with them. So he mailed him a draft of his first draft of his paper, that please sir, give certain comments and give your suggestions, or if you want to add something, let me know. Then we will work it on again. The great professor didn't reply for at least 4 6 months. Then that faculty also forgot, because he got some other assignment in the university. So he got busy in that, and suddenly after 6 months, the same. And the interesting part was that because it was a draft, so it sometimes, generally when we prepare a draft, we don't find the actual source, so we put some brackets, some italics, some question marks, that we will complete it further. Or if you have taken something's name and you are not getting the year, so you put a bracket and a question mark, that when I will finalize my paper, I will place the correct citation here. So with all those question marks, all those spelling mistakes, the same article with the same title got published in University News with the name of that great professor. But the person who has written the whole article of 12 13 pages, his name was not there. So that young faculty got very disheartened, and he complained. At that time he became the registrar of his university. So he complained about him to the vice chancellor. He was removed from the registrarship, and once he has been at the topmost positions in the regulatory bodies. So there are many such cases where people take your ideas, take your thoughts. So I always suggest to my researchers that never share soft copy to anyone of your work until or unless it is not published, even with not your supervisor. If it is for the publication purpose, always share the hard copy and get it corrected. A very important case, a very popular case is of NCRT for the second case, old published research work as new. A paper was published in 1993 in the International Journal of Psychology, and the faculty was about to become the associate professor, and he was not having a publication. So what he did, he took the old published paper, cut short it into a 3 4 page paper, and published it in Indian Journal of Psychology with the just change of the title, but the whole case studies, the document, the names, the everything, and the findings, everything was same. So that is called plagiarism of old published research work. I have all those documents with me where I have done all this analysis. Then in sciences, sometimes the plagiarism of the data or the process, sometimes the model, sometimes the chemical equation, sometimes the design. So all such cases are there in the plagiarism. And this is a very famous cartoon, first published at kaggle.com. I've taken directly from there. So in this cartoon, a student is basically complaining to the parents that my teacher gave me an F on my report. She accused me of plagiarizing off the internet. So father is saying, that's outrageous. I will get her fired. I stole that report years ago from National Geographic and got A. So though it is a satire, but you can see that how plagiarism is basically affecting. So if you keep all these things in your mind, you can see that US dramatist has once wrote Wilson Misner once wrote that, and it is available at the Oxford Dictionary of Scientific Quotations, that if you steal from one author, it's plagiarism. If you steal from many, it's research, but it's again wrong. Then he revised it. If you steal from one author, it's plagiarism. If you refer to many, it's research. So the difference between the plagiarism and not plagiarism is basically the referencing, in-text citation as well as the endnote citation. University of Essex defined it as a using or copying work of others. Oxford has also defined it. So there are many definitions. If you go through the definitions of the plagiarism, you will find a lot of definitions. And if you analyze all these definitions, you will find that sometimes we copy from another person's work, sometimes we paraphrase. Now again, there is a confusion that okay, when we are doing the paraphrasing, it is not plagiarism. It is plagiarism if even if you are paraphrasing someone else's work and not giving the acknowledgement to that person. Writing someone's else word in your words and claiming that it is your own words, it is again plagiarism. So someone's idea, data, giving credit or without citation, so it is an unethical, unprofessional practice, and it's kind of academic cheating. There are many types of plagiarism. Initial classification says that there are plagiarism of words, plagiarism of structure, plagiarism of idea, plagiarism of authorship also there, that someone else work has been published by someone else, and plagiarism of self. Sometimes in sciences, when people work in group, two people are working in a laboratory and they are collecting some data, and one person is saying this data is not of use, let us remove it, let us do the analysis again. But one person take that data, publish in his own name, though it is a complete work of a team, so it is also plagiarism of authorship. Plagiarism self I have already discussed with you. These are the 10 types. I don't know whether it is visible to you. Yeah. So these are the 10 types given by plagiarism white paper published by Turnitin. This is the old classification. Now Turnitin has revised the classification into 12 types, and just 2 weeks back, Turnitin has introduced another type of plagiarism that is due to this chat GPT. I will talk about that. So cloning, control C, find and replace, remix, recycle, hybrid, mashup, error, all these are the types of plagiarism. Let us move further. But when we talk about plagiarism, we also think that what is not plagiarism. So when something is in common knowledge, for example, anything which is known to many people, for example, water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, it is a common knowledge. Generally in academia, it has been said that if something has been shared or written at least 100 places without any citation, that it generally considered as common knowledge. The information which is shared by the cultural group, it could be dates, it could be name of famous heroes, or in certain science, for example, in science, there are certain equations, certain symbols. We never claim that who used lambda as a symbol of wavelength. Wavelength we always write as lambda, right? So all these things doesn't come under plagiarism. Now, when we talk about tools to detect plagiarism, there are many tools. Actually, there are two types of tools, I must say. The tools which don't charge anything to you, then the tools which charge something to you. Now the issue is that if you put the same document at 3 different softwares, you will get 3 different reports. The same document may show 26% and authenticate, may show 21% as Turnitin, may show 15% as Urkund. Now Urkund is not Urkund, its name has been changed, now it is original. So but there are certain, the why this difference is there, difference is due to the database which they use to find the similarity. No software tells that how much plagiarized your work is. Every software gives you a similarity index, that how the content which you have been submitted for checking, it's similar to the content available in the web world. Now there are again certain differences. For example, if you put something on the Turnitin or authenticate, it takes 4 consecutive words as plagiarism. For example, if you have written, the researcher has formulated following objectives, not as a common sentence. This sentence may be found in many research papers. So it will claim it as authenticate, will put it as a plagiarism because you have not done proper pre-submission exercise and you have not ticked and unticked the options available. So to use a software, you need certain expertise. So everyone cannot use these softwares. That's why these softwares are generally available at the university libraries or the departmental libraries, and librarians are the custodian of these softwares, and they use. Generally, Authenticate is being used by all the publishers in the world. This is the most common software used by the publishers. The second is Turnitin, which is, we all know, very common nowadays. Almost every university has its account. If not, then at least one account is there, though it is costly. Then there was a third. Now, one more thing I want to tell you, that Authenticate and Turnitin, the owner is same. The Urkund's owner was different, but few months back, the Urkund has been also taken over by the Turnitin, and they have changed its name. Now, earlier it was Urkund, now it has become Original. So if you go to the Urkund website, it will redirect you to the Original. So this software has been taken by the university, by the Indian government. So no university need to pay for this software. The software's account has been created for the library as well as for the faculty members, and any faculty can log in with their account and they can check the plagiarism or the similarity index. So Original is a very, very popular software, at least if I'm talking about India. So what are the ways to avoid plagiarism? Because I want to finish that presentation, and then I wish to take more time in discussion mode, because this is a topic where we should discuss more. There are many ways to avoid plagiarism, but the first principle is that write in your style or your own words. You know, generally researchers, especially the young researchers, have a habit of developing the review of related literature section or report of
ठीक है
literature
sir,
section.
ठीक है.
So what they used to
Rohini
do?
Jain, Madam Rohini, kindly mute
Please.
yourself.
आप म्यूट कर दीजिए मैडम अपने एंड से.
Host is requested to mute Rohini Jain. आप इन्हें रिमूव कर दीजिए मीटिंग से. रोहिणी जी को रिमूव कर दीजिए मीटिंग से, फिर सुन ही नहीं रहे हैं वो.
Anyway, so when you write in your own words, lot of confusion. Thank you. So when you write in your own words, the chances of plagiarism are less. But generally, what researchers used to do, they visit a website, they read a research paper, they take its abstract or the summary part, and they just change the name. Okay, Sarma Rachna 2020 argued, or argued ke baad whatever is in the web world, everything has been pasted. Now that brought the degree of similarity higher. So if we teach to our learners that, okay, don't write exact words where they are, but this doesn't mean then when you change the words, when you change the sentence, you will remove the Sharma Rachna and you will write, okay, Gaurav Singh argued. No, Gaurav Singh not argued. The argument is still of Rachna Sharma. It's not mine. That is the mistake which we generally do. So that also comes under plagiarism. So always talk to the students. And another difference, another very, very, very genuine problem which I am observing at these days in the papers, that, you know, people don't review the original articles. For example, there is a paper of Rachna Sharma which has been published in a journal on the topic in which you are working. You download that paper. Now, Rachna Sharma has done something in the review of related literature section in which she had talked to Pepon, she has referred to Richard, she has referred to Gaurav Singh, she has referred to Jugnu Bhatia, whatever she has referred. Now, the third person don't go to the original paper of Pepon, original paper of Gaurav Singh, or original paper of Jugnu Bhatia. They just take the sentence from the Rachna Sharma's paper and place it as they have reviewed. Now, remember that whatever sentence was useful for her paper, this doesn't mean that the same argument or same sentence is useful for your paper. So always ask your learners, ask your researchers to review the original paper, and don't review the paper which is easily downloadable. Review the papers which are original or seminal work in the area. For example, I was just checking a thesis on emotional intelligence few days back. Now the researcher, whoever has reviewed that, He has reviewed even 10 of my papers, some other papers, but he has not reviewed to Mayor and Solvay. He has not reviewed to the original contributors. So what does it mean that we are doing very shallow level of review of related literature, and it is increasing the degree of plagiarism? Second thing, we need to teach to our learners that they should learn how to organize and structure their work in their own way. Generally what we do when we take from some other places 10-15 papers, paragraph, every writer has its own writing style. So when you place 10 paragraphs from 10 different writers, and when someone read that paper, it looks like that there are jerks, there are jumps, there are change in the sentences, there are change in the how they are addressing to the researchers or people. So if you just collect things and place it, it will increase the plagiarism. So always we need to teach to our students that they should organize and structure their work in their own way. Next is that full references and acknowledgement of the work, which is called citation. Not only the endnote citation. When some paper comes to us for review, unfortunately I am a reviewer of a few papers, few journals. So when paper come to me, generally people call to me also, sir आपका नाम दिया है हमने reviewer के लिए, but वो ये भूल जाते हैं उन्होंने जिसका नाम दिया होता है पेपर कभी उसके पास नहीं जाता है, वो अपना पूल क्रिएट करते हैं, उनके पास किसी दूसरे का पेपर जाता है, उनका पेपर किसी और के पास जाता है. Anyway, so when such paper comes, we always match the in-text citation with the endnote. So there should be no discrepancy. If there are 10 in-text citations, there should be 10 endnote citations. This doesn't mean that your endnote citation are 200 and you have not cited a single word in your whole text. So this will not work. Full reference, acknowledgement of the work is the way. Now, style of referencing you can choose according to your own discipline, because in languages, in psychology, in management, in education, we prefer APA style. In languages, we prefer MLA style. In history, we prefer Harvard, Chicago. In computer science, we preferred IEEE, and many more styles are there. Sometimes when you write a paper for a journal, the journal always suggests its own referencing style. So what we used to do, we generally first write a paper, then we search a journal for it. That is again a wrong way. First you identify the journal where you want to publish. Then you read the paper, at least 10 papers of that journal first. That what type of paper they prefer, what style they prefer, and then you wrote your argument according to their requirement. Then the possibility of the acceptance of your paper will increase. Otherwise, the whole market is open. Earlier it was 1500, now it has been become from 15,000 to 1.5 lakh. Only the difference is this: you can publish in 1 day, 2 day, even in Scopus journals if you are paying this much. So that is altogether a different ball game. Keeping all these things in mind, in UGC came with a regulation in 2018, which is called University Grants Commission Promotion of Academic Integrity and Prevention of Plagiarism Higher Education Institutions Regulation. But before coming to these regulations, I just want to take a break and discuss a few points. Then I will talk about these regulations, whether the discussion on these regulations will be required or not. Till now, whatever I have discussed, if you people want to share something, counter me, argue me, challenge me, you are most welcome. But let us discuss something, because otherwise the screen पे सिर्फ नाम दिख रहे हैं, लोग नहीं दिख रहे हैं. दो ही लोग दिख रहे हैं, तो रचना जी दिख रही हैं और एक तो हुसैन साहा दिख रहे हैं बस. Yes, participants, please. Either you can hand raise, or then I will invite one by one, or you can unmute and start discussing. दो ही लोग दिख रहे हैं, तो रचना जी दिख रही हैं और एक तो हुसैन साहा दिख रहे हैं.
You may unmute yourself.
Yes, क्या लोग सिर्फ ज्वाइन करके तो नहीं चले गए कहीं इधर उधर? आजकल ऑनलाइन में ये बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है.
हाँ.
तो इसीलिए मैंने ब्रेक कर दिया ना, बीच में मुझे पता लग जाएगा कितने लोग प्रेजेंट हैं एक्चुअली.
नुपुर जी ने हाथ खड़ा किया था. नुपुर जी आप पूछिए. हैंड रेज किया. और you may unmute yourself.
क्या लोग सिर्फ ज्वाइन करके तो नहीं चले गए कहीं इधर उधर? No, there is no hand raise. आजकल ऑनलाइन में ये बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. So no question till now. Should I take it like that? Everything is loud and clear.
नुपुर जी ने हाथ खड़ा किया था, नुपुर जी आप पूछिए।
यस सर, आपने बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया है सर।
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you. So let me finish then the UGC part and then I will come to the discussion. But discussion is important. Without discussion, the session will not end. So don't think that I am going to leave you without discussion. Okay. So prepare your questions in between. Anyway.
नुपुर जी ने हाथ खड़ा किया था, नुपुर जी आप पूछिए।
यस सर, आपने बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया है सर।
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you. So
Hello.
finish then the session now. So the slide is yeah, Arpita, are you saying something?
Hello.
Arpita?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm audible, sir.
Yeah, very well, very well.
यस सर,
Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, मैं ये पूछना चाहती थी। Yes, sir. Thank you. सर मैं ये पूछना चाहती थी कि प्लेगियरिज्म के सब टाइप्स और स्टाइल्स जो हम रेफरेंस लिखते हैं वो सब आपने अच्छी तरह से समझाया है। और मुझे ये क्वेश्चन था कि अभी क्या होता है कि किसी का कंटेंट होता है तो हम ले लेते हैं, मीन्स सब ले लेते हैं और उसमें वर्ड्स या सेंटेंस चेंजर्स या फिर कई एप्लीकेशंस है जैसे प्लेगियरिज्म रिमूव करते हैं, सेंटेंस में सिनोनिम्स रख देते हैं और फिर वो कंटेंट को अपना बना के रख देते हैं। तो सर उसको प्लेगियरिज्म में गिन सकते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल गिना जाएगा, बिल्कुल गिना जाएगा।
ओके ओके ओके, थैंक यू सर।
Okay, so let us talk about the UGC regulations quickly. In UGC regulations, 2018, there are certain objectives. The first objective is that these notifications has been brought basically to increase the awareness level in UGC regulations of the researchers as well as of the faculty, so that the academic integrity can be promoted and plagiarism could be prevented. Then the second objective was to establish the institutional mechanism through which the training could be provided to the faculty members and the academic fraternity, and also to find out a system to detect the plagiarism and set up the mechanism to prevent plagiarism and also to punish the student, faculty or staff. So for this, certain duties have been assigned to higher educational institutions, and first duty was awareness program and training. What at present we are doing, we are basically trying to make aware the participants or the faculty members that what plagiarism is and what are things. And the second duty is to curb the plagiarism in the publication. So the first, when we talk about the awareness part, the act says, or the document says that the students, faculty, researcher, staff, they all should be instructed about proper attribution, seeking permission from the authors, and acknowledging the source. Also, the institutions need to organize certain sensitization seminars, awareness programs, and also how the responsible conduct of research is there. The another responsibility was that at that time it was said that in the UG, PG, and master degree programs, the compulsory coursework should be there, and the cardinal principles of academic integrity should be part of that. That's why now you see that in UGC has made a compulsory course of 2 credits in the pre-PhD coursework for all the students. Also in the master level or the research scholars level, some component should be added. It has been also said that the orientation and refresher programs which are being organized for the faculty and staff members by different institutions, there also the sessions on plagiarism should be there. And we need to train the students, faculty, researcher, and staff how to use plagiarism detection tool and how to use the reference management tools also, because reference management also helps a lot to avoid in avoiding plagiarism. It has been also said that the higher education institution need to establish a good technological facility to detect plagiarism in their offices or in their libraries, and they should use the international researcher registry system. Now for curbing the plagiarism, the second task, it has been asked to the higher education institutions that they need to implement the technology based mechanism, means how to use softwares to find out the similarity, and whatever facility is there, it should be accessible to all, means to the students, to the faculty, to the researcher, everyone. And at the time of the submission of the thesis or of the dissertation, a student need to submit an undertaking that whatever work they have done, it is original and there is no plagiarism in it. Institutions have been asked to develop their policy on plagiarism, and many institutions, many universities have published. It is available on their website also. Then also supervisor is being now made responsible. So the supervisor also submit a certificate that indicating that the work done by the researcher is plagiarism free. So earlier, there were certain cases. I have told you a case of the vice chancellor and some other people that they always said that, okay, this has not been done by me. This has been done by the co-author, or this has been done by the researcher or the younger junior faculty. I'm a senior faculty, I don't have time. So now you are also equally responsible if something has been found in the plagiarism. So you need to submit an undertaking about it. There is a repository called Sodh-Ganga. So all the master and research programs, research work which has been awarded is now compulsory to be made submitted at the INFLIBNET website. And institutions can also create some institutional repository for common dissertations, thesis, project works, papers, publication, or some in-house working paper series and all that. So you can also make a repository at your institution along with the repository of Sodh-Ganga, because Sodh-Ganga only accepts the awarded thesis, whether it is MPhil or PhD thesis or the postdoc. So pre-MPhil, now MPhil is not there. So even in MEd, a lot of dissertations are there. In MA, a lot of dissertations are there. Now we all are going to offer 4-year degree program with research. So in 4th year of the undergraduation also, there would be a lot of research publications or the research reports. So all these could be submitted or could be reposited at your own institutional repository, and it could be a good, strong, good practice of your institution. Now these regulations exclude something for plagiarism checking. They said whatever are the quotes of someone else which have been taken with necessary permission or with due attribution in the quoted marks or the inverted comma, they should be excluded while checking the plagiarism. All the last reference sections, bibliography, table of the content, preface, acknowledgement, all these chapters should be removed when you are submitting your document for plagiarism checking. Sometimes we used to submit the whole thesis or whole paper for the plagiarism checking. No, it's not. There are certain sections which should not be submitted because it includes the generic clause, terms, standard symbols, standard equations. All these could be avoided. Bibliography, table of the content, preface, acknowledgement. All these chapters should be removed. What should be included? The abstract, the summary, the hypothesis, the observation, the result, the conclusion, the recommendation. Here, no similarity is allowed. There are certain sections which some common knowledge or coincidental term, especially the UGC regulations provide you that 14 consecutive words could be avoided. Now, this setting you need to do in your plagiarism detection software before submitting your document. Otherwise, it creates a lot of problem. So it says that dissertations, thesis, chapters in the books, full-fledged books, research papers, and other all similar works, they all need to be checked for plagiarism before submission. And assignments, answer scripts, term papers, essays, coursework, or project reports could be exempted. Could be exempted. But if an institution has a mechanism, like in my previous university, every faculty was having its Urkund account. So what we used to do, even in pre-PhD coursework, when our students were submitting their monthly assignment or some assignments given by the faculty, we used to check the plagiarism of those also. And we discourage the plagiarism even at the assignment level. If your institution is small and you have a better facility, you can also do this. Now comes to the level of plagiarism. They are talking about 4 level of plagiarism. Level 0, similarity up to 10%. Level 1, similarity from 10 to 40%. Level 2, similarity 40 to 60, and level 3 above 60. Now, there is a confusion. People used to say, sir, वो 10% तक का plagiarism तो allowed है. No, plagiarism is not allowed. Sorry. Similarity is acceptable. Plagiarism 0% allowed. Don't get confused that if there it has been written that similarity up to 10% is allowed, means 10% you can copy from someone else and 90% you can write. No, it's a wrong interpretation. We used to bring wrong interpretations quite easily and quite early. So How to handle this plagiarism? They are saying that there should be two types of committees. One is departmental academic integrity panel and another is institutional academic integrity panel. So whenever there is a case of plagiarism, it is first reported to DAIP, and then DAIP give its recommendation to IAIP, and IAIP decides what kind of action or penalization has to be done, and that the decision is taken by the head of the institution. So this is the mechanism. For example, DAIT, it is an internal committee of 3 members where the head of the department could be there, one faculty could be there, and the research supervisor or the person who is checking the plagiarism could be there. So they have the power to access the level of plagiarism and recommend the penalties. They will follow the principle of natural justice, where the allegation of the plagiarism, when some allegations are coming, please check that this is authentic allegation and it is not due to the rivalry or some other days, and you need to report to IAIP within 45 days of the date of the complaint. Then IAIP will consider the recommendations of the DAIP. They will also investigate the case of the plagiarism as per the provisions, and they will also follow the case of the natural justice, and they will have the power to review the recommendation of the DAIP and even the penalties suggested by the DAIP. Then they will send the report of the investigation and recommendation to the head of the institution, where head of the institution will take a decision that what kind of penalty should be put on the researcher or the supervisor or on the board. And the report, the copy of the report is also being provided to the person whose inquiry has been submitted, and they can challenge it. So what are the penalties? Penalties for the students are that if there is 10% or less similarity, it could be accepted with minor changes, no penalty. If it is 10 to 40%, the students will be asked to submit a revised script within 6 months. If it is 40 to 60%, thus they will be debarred for a year to submit it again, and they will need to recheck it and submit it, rewrite it and submit it after a year. And if the similarity in the submitted report or the thesis or the dissertation is more than 60, then such a student's registration can be cancelled. uh, Now there are the cases where people have already obtained a degree. For example, someone has been awarded a PhD, and now in his thesis, what was the case of the Jamia professor, that the 24 years before she has submitted a thesis, and in her thesis now plagiarism has been detected after 24 years. So in such case, his degree or her degree and all the credits are put in ambience till a decision is not being taken by the IAP or head of the institution. So they cannot claim any benefit of their degree. In case of the faculty, if it is up to 10%, same no penalty. If it is 10 to 40%, they should be asked to withdraw the script. If it is 40 to 60, they should not only ask to withdraw the scripts, their one annual increment has been denied, and they cannot supervise for next 2 years. Similarly, if it is more than 60%, then 2 successive annual increments have been denied. The manuscripts is being withdrawn, and they are not allowed to be the supervisor for next 2 years. So these are the certain suggestions which have been given by the UGC, and UGC is also saying that if such label 3 offenses are being repeated by more than one time under the supervision or by the supervisor, then their services could be terminated. Now the provision is there. If the benefit has already been obtained, then that benefit will be put on the ambience, and even sometimes the financial recovery is being made in certain institutions for faculty. I still remember a case of a state university in Rajasthan where a faculty's plagiarism has been proved, and she was promoted at the associate professor level 4 5 years back. So she was again reverted back to the assistant professor level, and her whole salary with the interest has been claimed by the university from her, that she need to give the whole money back. So all these mechanisms are there, and these mechanisms are to be decided by the people. Now, these are not the common things. So what is the outcome of the whole discussion is that we need to make a plagiarism free research ecosystem in the country, without which the plagiarism will remain a big problem. So with this, I am stopping my presentation, and I think now we should discuss whatever we need to discuss, because discussion is more important on such topics. Presentation just make a scenario or the situation, because all people have their own different experiences or some questions. So I would be happy if I'm able to answer any question or any query, or if you are contradicting to me, or if you are saying that I am wrong at that point and you have a better information, that could also be shared. Whatever we need to discuss, because discussion is more important.
So good afternoon, Indra ma'am. Happy to see you.
Just
Yeah.
make a scenario or the situation.
Yes, participants, please.
Their own different experiences or some questions. So I would be happy if I'm able to answer any question or any query, or if you are contradicting to me, or if you are saying that I am wrong at that point and you have a better information, that could also be shared.
Is online plagiarism checking reliable? There is a question in the chat box by Bhagwati Devi. I've told you, first thing, please remove from your mind that there is any software which checks plagiarism. No software claims that your work is plagiarized. Every software tells you that how much similarity your submitted text is having with the online resources available. So it gives you only similarity index.
I've told you,
B. First thing, now if it is less than 10%, it is still similar, but we don't call it as plagiarism. We don't call it plagiarism. No? So the plagiarism term be used. Now, as far as the softwares are concerned, every software has its own pros and cons. For example, if you go to the website, and if someone among you has done my course on plagiarism, which was on Swayam, there I have talked in one unit the plagiarism detection softwares of two types, which are some softwares are the paid softwares like Authenticate, Urkund, or not Urkund now original. The habit is of talking Urkund, so Urkund is coming out, but Urkund has gone now, it has been renamed as original. So Authenticate, original, or Turnitin. Now Turnitin is very costly software. Actually, if your institution has not purchased its license, it costs you around $10 to $12 per paper. That too, there are certain software which has some word limit, that you cannot submit more than 5,000 words at a point. If you go to the free version or the free softwares available on the web world, you will find Flag Check, Flagiran, Plagascan, and many such softwares are there. The problem with these softwares is that every software has access to a particular database. The free softwares has the access only the Google database. So if some resource is not available in Google, they will not check its plagiarism. Now the paid software along with the database available at the Google also has their own repository. For example, I have submitted a paper to Turnitin for my similarity checking. The paper will come back to me, but the paper will remain in the repository of Turnitin. So when you will submit your paper, even if my paper has not been published, it is not in the Google database, but it is in the Turnitin database. So Turnitin will check with their own database also. So the software which is more costly, the cost is only due to because they have higher database. That's why I told you that if you I have given one exercise also in my course to the students, then they need to check the plagiarism similarity index of the same paper with two different softwares. And you will find the similarity index are different. The original will say it is 10% similar, the Turnitin will say it is 18% similar, the Authenticate will say it is 29% similar. Why? Because more access to the database. Authenticate is the biggest database, has the biggest database access, because Authenticate has the access to the publishers. So all good publishers, whether it is Taylor and Francis, Routledge, or all big publishers, or Pearson, their all books are also in their database. So they not only check your plagiarism with the research papers, they also check your plagiarism with the databases. Now one problem in India is emerging, that is the translation plagiarism or transcripting plagiarism. That we take something from English, we put it into the Google, we translate into the Hindi, then the Hindi we correct, then we again put the Hindi into the Google and we retranslate it into the English, and then we use it. That's why when last month the Urkund, the Authenticate has revised the software, and now if you see the second, there are two white papers by the Turnitin. First white paper which I have talked to you, where they were talking about 10 types of plagiarism. Now the Spectrum True paper, they are talking about 12 types of plagiarism, where the coding plagiarism has been added, because some people in computer science take the codes and they just change single code of someone and they say it's a whole new code. So that code can also be now checked. And recently, last week, the new buzzword in the whole our academy or in the ICT is the Chat GPT. So many people have started writing articles from Chat GPT. So that's why now this Turnitin has introduced the plagiarism checking for ChatGPT articles also. This is the recent edition in the recent version. If you download the recent version or the update your software, now even if you have written something from the ChatGPT, it will find that ChatGPT has found the content from where and where. So this is the case that yes, plagiarism checking from some softwares is different. In India, another problem is the articles in the regional languages. So now the original has started to check the plagiarism in 7 Indian languages, and very soon when the ICT, because AICT has developed a software of translation, the machine translation software where the same content could be translated into 9 Indian languages simultaneously. So when that software will be integrated with the plagiarism detection softwares, I think the detection will be possible in Indian languages also, but still there is a technical glitch that the content, if it is in the Indian languages, has been typed in Unicode, only then software detection softwares will catch it. If you type something in Krutidev 10, then the software will not catch it. So some people, taking benefit of all these things, but we should not. Otherwise, I have shown you the cases. All big names from CNR Rao to Deepak Pental to Professor Rajput to our own Jamia colleague, all are the big names. Even one recent vice chancellor who was just about to become the UGC vice chairman, and day before that the case was emerged in the Parliament of the India and discussion going on, and he didn't get the chance. So sometimes whatever we do today, it come back to us after 24 years or 25 years. So because we all are young colleagues, so we all should start from the scratch, and we should not do all these things, otherwise it will come back to us. Okay. Sir, I check my work, authenticate, but it always take my footnote, bibliography, words in inverted comma, reference, page number, similarity report, and it increase my similarity. What should I do about it? Saloni Gupta. I have explained you in UGC regulations, it has been clearly mentioned that when you are submitting your document, what portion should not be for the of the document, part of the document which you are submitting for check. For example, your index, your acknowledgement, your certificates, your bibliography chapter, your indexes. You remove all these things when you are submitting your paper. If you will keep it, you will definitely face a problem, because the reference section or at the end note, we don't put the reference section in inverted commas. We put the reference section, we arrange it as per the citation style, whatever we are following, whether it is MLA, APA, IEEE, or Harvard or Chicago, whatever. So, and if another thing, when you are submitting your document for plagiarism checking or similarity index checking, the person who is handling the software, please ask him to do the setting in front of you before submitting your document. Generally, we don't do the settings. In Urkund, earlier Urkund, there was a big problem that if a researcher is submitting its first draft, it is coming 10% or 12%. The researcher is making some correction. When it is again submitting, it is coming 99%. Why? Because the old draft is in the database of Urkund, and it is not easy to remove it. Even the person who submitted cannot delete it. Then you need to write a mail to the Urkund. They will give you the mail ID of their Indian handler. Then you will talk to the Indian handler. Then they will ask you the document ID. A lot of headache is there. Only then it will be removed from your account. But there is an option. When you are submitting a document, there it has been written that don't take the previous document from Urkund account. So if you uncheck that, then the similarity will not be 90%. Even the word limit also, like in India, 14 consecutive words are allowed. But in Authenticate, 4 consecutive words comes under plagiarism. So only 3 words are allowed. So you need to check the adjustments and make the adjustments. Even if, for example, in Authenticate or in Urkund or in other softwares, when your report comes, before taking its PDF, they give you the preview option. That whatever they are considering at plagiarism, if you think it is not, you can uncheck it and your percentage will go down. So all these things are there, but for that, the person who is handling the software, not the researcher who is submitting the document. The person who is handling the software should be well versed with the specifications of that software. Then this problem will not emerge. I think I have answered Saloni's question. Whatever they are considering at plagiarism. Now there is a question: is sir, is plagiarism also related with research article in journals? Yes, why not? The person who is handling the, a lot of journals return your paper even when the abstract is plagiarized. The person who is handling the software should be well versed. You know, in Springer, 90% papers submitted by Indians are returned at the abstract level. Even they don't read your paper. They just check the plagiarism and they find that yes, the abstract. Now in abstract writing also there is a glitch. You know, we made a very formal kind of abstract of our papers, but every journal has its own style of abstract. 90% papers submitted by, so when you are writing your abstract, don't write an abstract of your paper. First you read the style, what style a journal is asking. Then you arrange your abstract according to that style. Even in some journals there are certain headings are there. What is the research problem, what is the methodology, what is the research outcomes, what is its social obligations, all these headings are there. For example, if you submit any paper to the Emerald journals, all Emerald journals have their own style of. So if you don't write in their own style, there, what words should be yours, what should not be someone else, then I think you can solve this problem. So I think Anchi Kumari's question is answered. So I have answered the 4 questions which were in the chat box. If someone else want to ask any question, please unmute and ask. Any paper to the Emerald journals, all Emerald journals have their own style of. So if you don't write in their own style, so I think there are a good number of participants around. Earlier there was 72, now there are 53. Solve this problem. So I think a few questions must be there. Question is answered. If not, then this doesn't this mean that I have talked a very difficult topic and people are not able to understand it.
Sir, we really understand what you have explained in very simple manner. Your session was really informative and interactive, and I hope everyone got benefited with your session. So, Indra ma'am, you wish to say something?
Yeah. My personal gratitude to Professor Gaurav for sparing time out of his awfully busy schedule for this wonderful interaction. Thank you, Dr. Gaurav.
Thank you, ma'am. So, if there is no other question, then I would like to invite Dr. Shikha to propose a vote of thanks for Professor Gaurav.
My personal gratitude to
Thank you,
Professor
ma'am. Good
Gaurav
afternoon,
for
everyone.
sparing
Thank you
time
for
out
such
of
a
his
knowledgeable
schedule
session.
for
On
this
the behalf of
wonderful
KIIT College of
interaction.
Education,
Thank you,
I would
Dr. Gaurav.
like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed guest, Professor Gaurav. I hope listener will be benefited by this session. Over to you, Rachna ma'am.
Vote of thanks for Professor Gaurav. Thank you, Shikha ma'am. Thank you,
ma'am. Good
Gaurav ji, once
afternoon,
again.
everyone. Thank you for
हम
such
आशा
a
करते हैं फिर आपके साथ
knowledgeable
जुड़ेंगे
session. On the
मिलते
behalf of
रहेंगे
KIIT College of
और
Education,
इसके
I
बाद
would
अभी हमारा
like to
लंच ब्रेक
extend
है
my
तो
gratitude
नेक्स्ट
to
सेशन जो
our
होगा
esteemed
थर्ड
guest,
सेशन
Professor
वो 2 बजे
Gaurav.
शुरू होगा
I hope
so we
listener
will
will
be
be
meeting at 2
benefited
p.m.
by this session.
For the
Over
third
to
session
you, Rachna ma'am.
of this FDP on copyright violation and IPR acts. So we shall leave now and rejoin at around 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Thank you to all. Third session वो 2 बजे शुरू होगा so we will be meeting at 2 p.m. For the third session of this FDP on copyright violation and IPR acts. So we shall leave now and rejoin at around 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Thank you to all. Third session वो 2 बजे शुरू होगा so we will be meeting at 2 p.m. For the third session of this FDP on copyright violation and IPR acts. So we shall leave now and rejoin at around 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Thank you to all. Third session वो 2 बजे शुरू होगा so we will be meeting at 2 p.m.
बोल जय महाकाल। बोल जय महाकाल।
welcome back in this afternoon session. I hope that you all must have enjoyed the lunch. और लंच के बाद रिफ्रेश होकर आए होंगे, नींद के साथ नहीं आए होंगे. पोस्ट लंच सेशन है, तो हमारे रिसोर्स पर्सन भी हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं, डॉक्टर प्रतीक देओल. So to introduce Dr. Prateek Deol, I would like to invite Dr. Aruna. I hope that you all must have enjoyed the lunch. और लंच के बाद रिफ्रेश होकर आए होंगे, नींद के साथ नहीं आए होंगे. पोस्ट लंच सेशन.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Dr. Aruna, Assistant Professor, KIIT College of Education, welcome you again in this faculty development program. It's my privilege to introduce our resource person, Dr. Prateek Deol. Dr. Prateek Deol presently working as an associate professor in GD Goenka University, Gurugram. He has more than 8 years of experience in the field of intellect, property rights law, practicing in GD Goenka University. He worked as an associate professor at NIMS University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. He has completed his PhD in intellectual property rights law from National Law Institute, University, Jodhpur, LLM, Indian Law Institute, New Delhi, BA LLB Honors, Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. Additionally, he has qualified UGC NAT. He has published articles in different reputed Indian and international journals and has attended, presented various research papers in workshops, seminars, and conferences. Nationally and internationally, successfully organized various activities, events, and FDP sessions. He also holds a professional membership of All India Law Teacher Congress since July 12, 2017. He has held multiple administrative responsibilities in the past, such as program coordinator, legal aid in charge, member library committee at departmental level, and was a member of Lead Cell at the university level. He was also a member of Institutional Innovation Council in his previous employment. Dr. Deol has also been responsible as faculty in charge for the department at NIMS. Thus, with him, he brings a wide range of academic, administrative, and research experience. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Prateek to share his views on copyright violation and IPR. Over to you. For the department at NIMS. Thus, with him, he brings a wide range of
I hope
academic,
I'm audible and
administrative,
visible.
and research experience.
Yes, sir.
Now,
You are
I
audible
would
and
like
visible, and
to
we
invite
can see your
Dr. Prateek
presentation as
to
well.
share his views on copyright
I'm
violation
deliberately not
and
keeping it on a
IPR. Over to you, sir.
slideshow because otherwise I will not be able to keep a track of how my presentation is going. So at this moment, I would like to first of all thank Ms. Rachna Sharma for her kind introduction.
Okay. You're welcome.
And it's my privilege that the KIIT wing of Gurugram has invited me and Council for Teachers Professional Development organization has considered me for making my presentation at this particular session. And not only this, it is also my privilege to talk to such persons who are already deeply involved into academics and are good in their areas in which they are working. And I'm really glad to be here. We'll start with something which is very, very important in the world of intellectual property, and that is copyright, right? And the topic which I have been taking up is the copyright law, regulation, and intellectual property rights. Uh, the first thing that we need to understand with respect to the intellectual property is the very meaning of it. When I use the word meaning of it, I'm not talking about the full form of the word intellectual property rights, right? That's the full form, not the meaning. Now, when somebody is applying one's intellect in developing a property, it is at that stage that we can say that primarily it is called as an intellectual property, right? It is this particular why this particular right is considered as so significant that we have to talk about it so much. At the outset, it may sound that as very basic, but we need to understand that why this basic is so important. Because earlier, what used to happen was that it was the state who was patronizing the functionality of the art, right? It was under the ambit of the state to take care of. But later on, it was left to the mercy of the individual and the states to decide whether they want to give the protection or not, right? So it was very tough for the persons who have the skills in the field of art to manage their rights. They were given twofold tasks. One is to develop the intellectual property, and at the same time, they were also given the responsibility to protect the intellectual property which they have so developed, which becomes an arduous task to accomplish in itself. That how can someone do both the things? Because it requires a very different bent of mind and a different set of skills to do the same. So what happened was, by recognizing the fact that we need to have intellectual property, we need to give protection. So the recognition of rights on this particular front started happening. And when I say so, this is primarily when we are talking about Statute of Anne's, ANNES, Statute of Anne's in 14th century. It started in the United Kingdom as a jurisdiction, wherein we get to see that the government started to recognize the rights of intellectual property creators. Now, why is this particular copyright so much talked? What is the relevance of it? We get to see this ever since the human race to recognize the rights of intellectual property creators. Now, why is this particular copyright so much talked? What is the relevance of it? We get to see that ever since the human race to recognize the rights of
Sir, I feel that you are facing some network issue.
now, why is this? I don't know how to address
Your voice is breaking.
we get to see that ever since the human race to recognize of my
Sir, I
camera, will that be
feel
of
that
any?
you are facing some network issue. Okay, sir.
I don't know how to address
Your voice is breaking.
Am I audible and visible? Will that be of any?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
I would try to reshare the screen with all of us. I think now it should be there with all of us again. Is it there with all of us?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kindly repeat the last 2-3 points.
Okay. I would okay. Now, ever since the state was not taking care of the intellectual property, the need of having the law
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kindly repeat the last 2-3 points.
rectify that. Now, ever since the state was not taking care of, right? Because the investments have happened in multiple ways, which includes the time, resources, and the responsibility state was not taking care of, right? Because the investments have happened in multiple ways, which includes the time, resources, and the responsibility because the investments have happened in multiple ways, which includes the time, resources, and the responsibility because the investments have happened in multiple ways, which includes the time, resources, and responsibility.
Yes, there is some network issue. So sir is resolving the issue. Till then, we can wait. Yes, there is some network issue. So sir is resolving the issue. Till then, we can wait. Sir, you may rejoin with some other network. There is some network issue. So sir is resolving the issue. Till then, we can wait. Sir, you may rejoin with some other network.
I think I should be audible and visible now. Am I?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I will give you a small trouble. I am going to send the PPT to you right now on email. Just share the screen. Till then, I will continue. All right.
Okay.
So the first thing which we need to understand with respect to the intellectual property rights is that the state felt the necessity that we have to eventually give rights to the persons who are developing the intellectual property, and as a result of which an effort was made in the name of Statute of Anne's, in which the persons were given their dues by way of recognition that yes, if you have done the hard work, you will be recognized by the state. Correct? So, what we get to see through this is that the intellectual property became the thirst area with the passage of time. It became the thirst area in which the protection is accorded. Why? Because the state has the requirement of protecting the same, because it is going to help them financially also. Sorry, this is really odd. In which the protection is accorded. 1 second. Why? Because the state has the requirement of protecting the same, because it is going to help. So the state felt that we need to have some sort of protection with respect to the intellectual property, and as a result of which the concept of the intellectual property, and specifically in the form of copyright, started to grow. Now, not only this, we can also call this intellectual property rights as, of course, as investment promotion rights, right? Because what we want is that people should be and people should be motivated, should be encouraged enough so that they invest their time and resources in developing an intellectual property, right? See, whenever one is doing an action, what they look forward to is that what is my motivation in it? What is it that I am going to get out of it? If they find that there is something for them, only then somebody is going to work. If they do not find any motivation for themselves, they are not going to work over it. So we can also call it as, investment promotion, and at the same time investment protection. Not only that we just intend to promote, we also seek to, we also seek to protect at the same time. Besides promotion, we also look forward to protection. Professor Indira ma'am, if you're listening to me, I've sent the file to you. It would be an honor if you can share the same. Meanwhile, I will continue. So, see, what happens is the law has developed into a wing called as intellectual property, and there are various streams in which this particular copyright protection is accorded, right? Now, why do we call it as intellectual property? It's also called as intangible property rights. आप बोलेंगे साहब, if somebody has developed a patent and the patent is given on a product or a process, now process can be adhered to, can be administered, and a product can be seen, product can be used, it can be perceived by senses. So you can say, very well, you can challenge me by saying, no sir, you are wrong. It's not an intangible property right, it's a tangible property. Please understand, when we use the phrase intangible property rights, it means that the property, when it was developed with the application of intellect, which is intangible in nature. Product or a process, good or a service, is the byproduct of the application of one's intellect, which they have applied upon to. Correct? That is why we call it as investment promotion rights, investment protection rights, or intangible property rights. I hope we are very, very clear as to why we are calling these particular, properties as intellectual property. Thank you, Ms. Rachana ma'am. Now, the other thing which we have to talk about is the forms of intellectual property. These are the list of statutes which are given to the Indian jurisdiction by the lawmakers. Why? Because these are the areas in which we see that the intellectual property protection is accorded with. I have not mentioned two things here, which otherwise are talked. One is called as the traditional knowledge, and the other one, which is not mentioned here, is the trade secrets. We have deliberately not mentioned it here because there is no definite statute which exists at the moment to cover both or to cover them separately. However, the state is interested in according protection, and the protection is accorded, but I will not discuss that because that's not the mandate of my session at the first place. I'm going to pick up something which is the mandate of my session, and that is copyright violation and IPR. Now, if we carefully look at the provisions of statute, we will find that under the section 2, which otherwise is a definition clause in any of the statutes, generally in Indian context, which is a definition clause, does not define the term copyright. It is not there under section 2. Only one word which is very close to the word copyright and is defined under section 2 is copyright society. So on a plain reading of the statute, as a normal layman or as a reader, I will not find out the definition of the term copyright within the section 2 of the statute. Even when I am referring to section 13 of the statute, what is told to me is that what are the areas in which the copyright protection is accorded. Still, I do not know what is copyright, right? And ironically, a feature is added in the provision, that is section 13, that what is expected out of me in terms of a seeker of protection, what is expected from me, that the work which I am intending to seek protection for should be original. Now this word is something which is of great importance to us, right? So original, this word original, we all have heard this term for umpteen times. For umpteen times we have heard this word original. You will say, sir, abhi to suna hua hai, what's new? There's nothing new which you can offer to us. Please understand, when we use the word original, this word original is also not defined. If we have to make a reference to the word original, okay, what is this original? I will have to go to the Designs Act in order to understand what is original. Original means something which is originating from the author, which is the work should come up. The work should come up from the author of the work, right? Or it should have been a newer version or an application of the already existing work. If I want to say that X work of mine is original, then I will have to show that first, it has come out from me. I have been the creator of the work. And second, I have been able to develop a newer version of the already existing version. If this is how I am able to establish my originality, then it is the copyright law which is going to give me the protection. I will have to prove before the competent authorities under the Copyright Office that yes, my work is original. If that doesn't happen, my chances of getting the copyright protection are really very meager and weak. Correct? Not only this, when I am using the word copyright, I have to refer to section 14, which categorically defines what is copyright, right? Now, section 14 law reads, section 14 reads that it is an exclusive right which is subject to the provisions of this particular statute. Now, what is this exclusivity? We all are, I assume we all are students of law, and exclusive means that no one else other than myself has the right to use it without my prior permission. If somebody wants to use my work, then what is required is that the user should have taken the permission from me. If it is absent, then definitely you are not entitled to use my work, right? And not only this, it is a writing. I'm sorry. Am I audible and visible, Professor Indira ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes.
If it is
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, right. Yeah, when we use the word exclusivity, please understand it is a right in rem. I can exclude the whole world to my privilege, right? Not only just one or two members. It is my privilege to exclude everyone else to my privilege if it doesn't happen properly. And not only this, persons will be incurring responsibility if you do not comply with my permission, or if you don't take my permission as an owner of copyright, then definitely it will also impute liabilities. Before we go that particular point, to that particular point, we need to connect the topic. You would say that we have so far discussed the meaning of the term intellectual property, what all names can be given to the concept of intellectual property, the areas in which the intellectual property is protection is accorded, right? We have discussed the definition of the term copyright so far, right? But what is the topic? And before I move to that particular point, we will also go to something called as the meaning of the term copyright. As we were discussing, right? We have discussed Section 13 of the statute lays down the mandate of having the work original, but the most beautiful part comes into Section 14 of the statute. आप लोगों को हो सकता है on the plain listening it may sound that it is rhetoric, but it is not. I'm telling you why. Because Section 14 is that beautiful section which defines a set of rights to every category of work that we do. Right? It is defining that what are the rights. I don't know how many of us have ever frisked through that particular provision of the statute with great detail. But if ever you have bothered, you would see that Section 14 mentions, no, it reads that in case you are doing a literary work, then you have the rights. If you are writing down anything anywhere, it would be fantastic. First, you can reproduce the copies. Second, you can issue the copies. Third, you can perform it in public. Fourth, you can make any cinematograph film of the same. Translation, adaptation, right? To do something in relation to translation or adaptation, these are 7 sets of rights which are given to an owner of a literary work. These are 7 sets of rights. These rights are just restricted to the literary work alone. Second, if you are making any computer program, then you can first do any acts as mentioned in clause A, जैसे अभी हमने discuss किया. And second is you can sell it on a commercial rental basis or offer it for sale. These are separate sets of rights only mentioned for computer programs. In case, now the third category of rights, that is your artistic work. You can store it, you can depict it in 3D or 2D, or 2D or depiction in 2 dimensions or 3-dimensional work. So these are different sets of rights even for artistic works. You can communicate, you can issue copies, you can include the work for cinematograph film, adaptation, and any works in relation to such adaptation. What am I trying to say? That if we look at the areas in which I would request the participants to keep their mics mute. These are the different areas in which the copyright is accorded, and there are different rights which are accorded. Generally, in a statute, if you are referring to, if you are defining a concept anywhere, you will not give the sets of rights then and there. But under the copyright law, how it works is the rights are given, the concept is given, and then and there the rights are defined that what all rights do I exercise with respect to that particular property. That is why Section 14 of the Copyright Act, you can say, is one of the most important sections. You can say it's almost the heart of the statute to define for me as a reader or as a student of law to understand that what do we mean by the term copyright, right? It is not the right to copy. It is not the right to copy. Of course, in a popular phrase, it is called as the right to copy, but it is not, this Copyright Act doesn't entitle you to just copy, correct? So these are some of the important areas in which the copyright subsists. For the sake of clarity, I would say that it is primarily your literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, cinematograph, sound recording, translation, adaptation, broadcasting. These are certain neighboring rights, moral rights. These are certain sets of rights which are attached to this particular concept of copyright. I'm not dwelling deep into it because that's not what I'm supposed to discuss. The mandate is violation and IPR. So we will start with what we are supposed to do. You will say, you have yet not started. I was establishing the background of the entire subject, that is copyright violation. I hope I'm very clear on what I'm trying to do as of now. Correct? So we will move on to the most essential part of our discussion, which is copyright violation. There is a very different joy which one derives if one is using someone's property without their permission. There is an innate fun attached to it. And the pleasure of not getting noticed and making gains out of the same is absolutely a different tangent. Right? The same applies, that the same human tendency is also applicable for intellectual properties. Right? Needless to say, let me keep it very polished, that sometimes it happens that we pick up things and we are very casual about it in not making proper references to it, so as to avoid technicalities. But if we are using someone else's intellectual property without the prior permission, then it is just a small reminder we are inviting troubles under Section 51 of the Copyright Act of 1957. Because it is under this particular provision of the statute that the term infringement has been defined extensively. I have kept it very short here for the purposes of brevity, right? So what happens is, if you are using it, what is this infringement? When the exclusivity is hit, if you will look at the slides which I have developed, the first and second one are pretty close. Now I have written in this slide that copyright means an exclusive right subject to provisions of this act, and the second line in the same slide is when this exclusivity is violated. So if you are hitting at this right in rem of mine, if you are violating this exclusivity of mine, no matter who you are under the ambit of Section 51 of the statute. Please mind it, I'm not talking about exceptions as enumerated under Section 52, which is a different chapter altogether. Correct? In different chapter as in different concept altogether. Right? So infringement is primarily covered under Section 51. Now, this is where the real, you would say, gain for me as a developer of intellectual property comes up. Correct? In different chapter as in different concept altogether. Right? Because I can create the intellectual property, but my concern is how safe is it in the world? Now, nowadays, the biggest concern for anything and everything that we do in this world is safety. And when I'm using the word safety, it primarily means the legal protection and recognition of my work, right? So, doctrine of infringement is something which is recognizing the concerns of the developers of intellectual property. उसने recognize किया है that yes, it is right that you have developed intellectual property. Yes, it is right that you should be given the protection of your intellectual property, and not only this, the ones who are the wrongdoers should be punished also for the same. You are not going to go scot-free simply because by recognizing that yes, your intellectual property has been violated. No. This particular law is very, very strong with respect to such violations, and there are different types of remedies which are available to me as an owner of intellectual property under the copyright law. Now, if you are doing anything without a license from owner or the registrar of copyright from which the copyright is permitted, then all those actions constitute infringement. My dear colleagues, I would like to, if I'm being heard besides by 2 or 3 persons, I would request to switch on your cameras for a moment. And I will tell you why am I saying so. Because there are two key words which are coming up, right? Infringement. The first one is called as the author of the work, and the second one is called as the owner of the work. Now, the time till I do not have the official recognition of my work, I'm just an author of the work. The moment the copyright law gives me the protection under the Copyright Act of 1957, I become the owner of the work. Correct? So the law, but now be very careful when we read the provisions of the statute, right? The law reads that infringement begins when any person without a license from the owner or the registrar of the copyright from whom the license is permitted does an action with respect to my copyright. That means it is not that you can pick up anyone's work and do anything that you want to do under the garb of exceptions, right? You will have to prove that how do you fall into that particular category. Now, if we come to the remedies, I will tell you that why am I keeping this this discussion so specific. I will tell you because my last slide will be the bingo on this particular point, right? Now, the remedies are three in nature. One is civil, and second is criminal, and the third one is administrative in nature. Correct? I would request the slide sharer to please switch the slides to the remedies part of it. Yeah, thank you. So the first one is called as injunction. Am I right in my assumption that all are law teachers here? Am I right in my assumption? Yeah, it's.
No, Dr. Pradeep, all are not law teachers. Most of us are from education field.
Oh, then that's fantastic. You made my life much easier, ma'am. Thank you. Now, injunction is something which is called as injunction in simple legal language means to stop, right? There is a statute called as Code of Civil Procedure of 1908, and there is an order. Generally, statutes have sections, and CPC, Code of Civil Procedure, is something which has both the orders and sections. So Order 39, Rule 1 and 3 specifically defines the terms injunctions, and injunction means to stop. Now, what happens is, I'm not going to take a Code of Civil Procedure class. So injunction is either temporary or permanent. Temporary is that during the pendency of litigation, an injunction can be passed. And permanent is that the injunction so granted on any of the issues which are raised before the court, it will be applicable irrespective of what's the decision of the court. A temporary injunction can be removed after the judgment, but a permanent injunction continues even after the matter has been adjudicated, because that has been decided in favor of the petitioner. I'm not going to talk about the grounds on which the injunction is granted. Please refer to Order 39, Rule 1 and 3 of the CPC for the same, because that will change the entire mandate of my session. So I'm keeping it very succinct, right? So if I am the owner of intellectual property, I can solicit injunction. That is, I will ask the court to stop the defendant from using my intellectual property without my prior permission. This can be either a temporary injunction or a permanent injunction in my favor as an owner of copyright. Correct? I can also ask for damages which are liquidated. Liquidated means which are predetermined by the parties. Unliquidated are the ones which are determined by the court. So I can ask for damages or accounts of profit. The biggest part is that the ones who use the intellectual property They are not using it for fun. They want to gain they want to make the real financial gains out of the same. That is why we call it as investment protection rights, right? We call it as intangible property rights, right? So if you have made any profits on the account of my intellectual property as the owner of copyright, then you are supposed to repay such gains which you have made out of my copyrighted work or my protected work. That's the first set of remedies under the category of civil remedies. Since many of you are not from the field of law, for making it very clear to all of us, there are two broad divisions of law. One is called as the civil law, other one is called as the criminal law. Now, the matters in which the punishment is jail or imprisonment or fine, such matters are called as criminal remedies. And the matters in which the remedies are injunctions, damages, accounts of profits, right? These particular remedies or compensation, these are called as your civil remedies. जिसमें कि jail नहीं होता. You are not put behind the bars for the actions which you have done, primarily. Generally, this is the case. Exceptions उसके भी हैं, but I'm not going to do that as of now because that will change the tangent of the class. So the first set of remedies which we have to discuss is the civil remedies, and in which the first one happens to be an injunction, which we have discussed. What is an injunction? Which means to stop under Order 39, Rule 1 and 3 of CPC, Code of Civil Procedure of 1908. And it can be temporary or permanent. That is, temporary is during the litigation, permanent is for whole of the litigation, even after the litigation has come to an end. Or damages, which can be liquidated, that's pre-counted. Unliquidated is that is determined by the court. Or accounts of profit, that is how much gains you have made out of my intellectual property. Now, second civil remedy is delivery of infringing copies. So you are expected to return those copies which you have made out of my copyrighted work. Just एक छोटा सा example लेता हूँ. If somebody has made up fake notes, this example is out of context. Please don't connect it. If you have made fake notes, which is an offense under different law, so what you are expected is to deliver all those fake notes back. You will have to deliver the infringing copies. If you have made any such violating copies, आपको वो सारी, you have to return all those unauthorized copies back to the owner of the copyright protection. And third one is conversion damages. Conversion is when you were converting the work to your benefits. Either you were converting it into a film or some other work or a translation or an adaptation, etc. Whatever you were doing, all those conversion damages, the losses which I have sustained as an owner of copyright because of your conversion, unauthorized conversion of my work, you will have to pay all those damages back to me. I hope I'm clear. I hope I'm making sense to everyone who's listening. Correct? So these are some of the first set of civil remedies. So my remedies as an owner of copyright do not end here. I can also solicit criminal remedies. Before I start this particular point, I would like to make a very specific mention here. Generally, if we are making reference to a statute like the Copyright Act, a statute primarily can either be civil or criminal in nature or administrative in nature. But strange is the nature of this particular statute, that it combines the features of being called as this. It contains the civil features, it contains the criminal remedies features, it also contains the administrative remedies features. It has all the three features, correct? And as far as the criminal remedies are concerned, the biggest remedy which I can be asking for an infringer, and all those who are listening, listen to this very carefully. Please, if you are violating someone's intellectual property, a protected intellectual property, you are inviting hot waters, because the person can solicit the imprisonment for you as a remedy. If you are caught up, please, you are inviting real hot waters, right? Because the quantum of imprisonment may extend up to 5 years, It's not a small duration to go behind the bars. Quantum of duration may extend up to 5 years, right? And it may also extend to a fine to the tune of rupees 2 lakhs. Fine is still digestible, but this imprisonment is something which is very, very strange, right? So if you are a scholar, if you are a teacher, your ears and eyes should have been open by now. Please do not copy paste anyone's work. It is all right to take a reference. I understand that we all have to make a reference. हमें कहीं ना कहीं से तो we will have to refer. That is acceptable. That is right. But that does not authorize you to just pick up the entire work as it is and just submit it saying that it's mine. You know, we are so innocent. Before I explain further, I tell you how it works. I assume that you all are, many of you are teachers and most of you are PhD scholars, as I was told. Now, how it works? As a student, what we do is we download, put a cover page, and submit. You know, we are so innocent. It is a blatant case of violation of copyright. You are by no stretch of imagination to be a part of exception under Section 52. I'm sorry, you are not covered under Section 52. In order to be covered under Section 52, you will be required to recognize that the source from where you have picked up the entire data. Correct? You will have to give full bottle reference to what you have picked up from. Right? So please do not forget to be kind enough, to be courteous enough to recognize the work of the actual copyright owner. Correct? Otherwise, you will not only, if you are an employee, you will not only lose your job, you will also lose your career prospects in future. Correct? So imprisonment is one, fine is also there, and 63 and 63A of the Copyright Act of 1957 can be referred to for what I'm saying. I need not be trusted. You can check the veracity of what I'm saying. Please refer to Section 63 and 63A of the Copyright Act of 1957 to trust what I'm saying. Correct? Now, the other criminal remedy is the seizure of the infringing copies. All those copies can be asked by the court to be delivered to the court so that they can be kept under seizure by the court of law, so that nobody can make usage of those copies without the prior permission of the owner of the copyright. All right? And the administrative remedy which I am entitled to as an owner of copyright is to ban the import of infringing copies. कई बार हम इतने we play so smart that we ask for the importation of the infringing copies. साहब हमने तो किया ही नहीं, हमने थोड़ी किया. We have not done the infringement. हमने तो import का order दे रखा. देखो सर, we have the import bill with us. Please understand, don't try to play smart with law. Law plays smart with all. Don't play smart with law. So if you are doing such importation, the importation is to not promote copyright infringement. Such infringing copies will not be entertained. And the administrative remedy, as an owner of copyright, I can solicit that against you. Right? I hope I'm clear on what I'm trying to say. Now I am moving to something which is very, very sensitive and something which may fume up any one of you, but the areas in which the copyright violation is blatantly practiced by many of us. I would request to be, thank you all. Thank you. So the areas in which the copyright violation happens is our own world of academics. Right? Please understand, I have used three different things altogether. Academics contains research, but nowadays research has become a separate wing in itself of copyright. It has grown so much. It has gained so much of ground that it is now a separate stream of copyright, you can say, copyright violation, you can say. Now, academics primarily has two sides. One is on this side of the table, and the other one is on that side of the table. Right? But the law is equal to both the sides of the table. It is not promoting any sort of intellectual thefts. I repeat, law is not intending to promote any sort of intellectual thefts. Those who are intellectuals, they may believe that we can just be a smart thief. No, sir. No, ma'am. You are not allowed to be a smart thief. Correct? I tell you something which has happened with me. I will give you two. I will try to give two illustrations. I think I'm running out of time. This happened with me in one of the moot court sessions. I don't know how many of you are listening. There were two teams in front of me. Moot court is primarily a copy of the courtroom proceedings in which the students of law participate. Now, what happens is there was a set of students who picked up the work as it is from somewhere, and there was other set of students in the same competition who came out with the source from where they had copied it as it is. I don't know how many of you are listening. It was such a moment of humiliation for those students and for us also, because we were not left with any choice for being the judge to but award zero. We were not left with any choice. And it was so humiliating for the parties because the world is so smart, my dear colleagues, if you are listening to me. The world is so smart that they will not let you walk so freely by violating their copyright rights. There is no cakewalk happening in the world. That is one set of example which I have picked up. Right? Now the other example is in my journey as a professional. You know what happened? There was an organization in which someone picked up someone's PhD thesis and converted into a book. Tried to show that it's mine. You know what happened? The writer of that thesis filed the case. And the person, please don't take it otherwise from any side, person against whom the proceedings were initiated was from the higher side of the management or administration. The person was instantly removed from the job. I am not concocting things. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose the details because these are matters of privileges. This will not be possible for me to disclose the details. But please understand the seriousness, the gravity of what you are doing in terms of violation of copyright. And I'm telling you, this was still very kind of an action. This was a very soft action which was taken against both the candidates, or in both the situations. Imprisonment was also an option. So if you are picking up anyone's work, please, please, please give full reference. Give full reference to the person from whom you are picking it up. Whether you are a teacher or a student of PhD or otherwise. Your studentship, your learning tendency is not an exception to make you a thief under the eyes of law. Right? Now, the second world is of research. We all know that there is a lot of pressure on Scopus publications, UGC careless journals. If you don't write, you are dead, etc., etc., etc. Don't be in the haste of just writing. Be creative in your writings. Intellectual property law intends to promote your creativity. We will protect, the law will protect the creativity. So if you have something in your minds for which you want recognition, law will give it. But please do a bona fide research, right? So it should attract your attention. I'm not saying that it is right or wrong. There can be individual perspectives. One second. So if you have something in your mind for which you want recognition, law will give it. But please do a bona fide research. So we are not saying that you don't need to do research. Please do it, but be a genuine researcher, right? I can take whole session on these three words, but I'm running out of time because this is so deep and so real for all of us. It is so connectable for all of us in the day in the today's world. That please connect to the research which is also original, right? And I don't know how many of us are teachers, but please, I'm telling you, I'm telling you with my little experience in life, please, if you will work honestly, even in your classes, you will survive. Be an original person. No, it's not about the quantum of articles that you have written. That will not make you a good teacher. Please, I'm sorry. You can be called as a good researcher. A teacher is a person who knows how to take the class. These are two separate branches of academics altogether, teaching and research. So if you want to be called as an academician, you will have to be a very good teacher in your classes, right? And if you can be called as a researcher separately, but that will not make you a truly a faculty. So in the world of academics, don't do cheating so that you can stop others from cheating, and be a good researcher so that you can motivate others to do good research. And the third area, which is nowadays gaining a lot of ground, is artificial intelligence and copyright. AI is something which is now taking up most of the mundane human tasks in order to avoid the wastage of time and resources. And there has been cases in Canada, United States, UK, wherein the courts of law had to decide whether we will give the copyright protection or not, right? So the courts of law as of now are reluctant to give protection to the works so developed by artificial intelligence. But trust me, that day is also not far when artificial intelligence will start speaking for themselves. So, with these few words, I think the official timing allotted to me is over. I move on to the last slide of mine, and which is very, very important. Thank you. Right. So, if anyone has any question, I would like the presenter to change the slide to slide number last. So, if anyone has any questions or comments to make, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Indirama and Rachana. Which is very, very important. Thank you. Right. So if anyone has any question, I would like the
my personal gratitude to Dr. Pratik for sparing time out of his awfully busy schedule for this knowledgeable session. And I'm sure the participants must have been benefited, and they will keep all the things in mind while doing their research and writing research. Thank you, Dr. Pratik. Over to Dr. Rachana, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, Dr. Pratik, your session was really, really good. And you told very nicely the difference between teachers and researchers. So it was indeed a beneficial session for all. And now we have Professor Satendra Gupta with us. He is Senior Advisor of CTPT India and Dean School of Education, Galgotia University. I would like to invite him to address us. Professor Satendra Gupta. And now we have Professor Satendra Gupta with us. He is Senior Advisor of CTPT India and Dean
नमस्कार
School of Education,
मैम
Galgotia University.
आवाज आ रही है मेरी
हाँ जी नमस्कार सर
आ रही है
नमस्कार
डॉक्टर
थैंक यू मैम थैंक्स अ लॉट for giving me the opportunity to interact with all of you. So first of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the Institute KIIT College of Education, Gurugram, for organizing this wonderful FDP on intellectual property right. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And because this is not the only subject which a lawyer should know about it, now the educationist and the researcher, this is the much needed knowledge about the area of the intellectual property right. Because everything which we are doing is the part of our activities, and whenever we refer, we quote, so then it is our intellectual property and others property if we are using, so then we should contribute and we should be thankful for his or her contribution for our work. So first of all, I would like to thank Indra Madam, Professor Indra ji, Director of KIIT, for extending her cooperation with the CTPD, the Council for Teachers Professional Development, the organization through which so many educationists like you are connected. And we are providing the platform to all of us to share the knowledge with all of you and to upgrade our skill, to upgrade our knowledge. And in the form of NGO, we are running the CTPD. So we are thankful with the KIIT College so for extending your support for the CTPD also. So I hope our participants today feeling satisfied with the knowledge shared by the uh, Dr. Amit, Dr. Gaurav, and Dr. Pratik ji. Very nicely, they about the concepts. They learn us about the concept of IPR and how an educationist should use them. So thank you, ma'am, for organizing such a wonderful workshop for all of us. And I hope in future also the CTPD may contribute with you and other institutions for the benefit of our learners.
Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you
thank
for
you,
your
ma'am.
support and contribution. It is all because of your help that we could organize this program at such a large scale. Thanks again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for. I hope you find the satisfactory support from our side. So thank you, ma'am.
Yes, yes, sir, by all means. It is all because of your help that
So
we could
whenever
organize
and
this
Dr. Pratik
program
Deval first
at such a
time
large scale.
we are
Thanks
like that the
again.
person. I think sir now we have understood about our concepts and our approach, how CTPD is working.
Yes, sir.
This is the platform through which we
Yes, yes, sir,
interacted.
by all
We
means.
come together with like yours, the expertise we are using for the other benefits. So thank you, Dr. Pratik Deolji, for extending your support and today's sparing your time with all of us and sharing
Thank
your
you.
knowledge.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir,
you,
for
sir.
giving me the option and opportunity. And I'm really glad to such senior people to give us chance to speak. It was a pleasure to have all of you. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Pratik Deolji, for extending your support
Thank you,
and
sir.
today's sparing your time ma'am. with all of us and sharing
Moving
your knowledge.
ahead, I would like
Thank
to
you, sir, for
invite
giving me the option
Professor
and
Anshu
opportunity.
Radha
And
Agarwal,
I'm really glad to
Principal,
such senior
KIT
people
College of
to
Education,
give us
to
chance to
propose a
speak.
formal vote of
It was a
thanks.
pleasure to have all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ma'am.
Rachna ma'am, am I audible?
Moving Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Audible and visible also.
Yes. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to the speakers for their valuable contribution in faculty development program organized by the KIT College of the Education. My deepest gratitude goes to the all who attended this FDP and helped to make it a successful event. I just want to conclude all these three sessions conducted in this faculty development program. In the first session, which was conducted by the Professor Amit Rai on the intellectual property rights, that was very informative session in which we came to know about the patents, copyrights, about the trademarks, and the industrial indicators. And it is important so that we can know that how can we protect our copyrights and we should not be cheated by the others. If we have published any research work and anything, that should not be copied by the other person. Secondly, in the second session that was conducted by the Professor Gaurav Singh, that was very informative session also. That was related to the topic on the prevention of the plagiarism, and which is also a very important for us that if you are going to write any type of the research papers or the articles in the journal, that should not be copied from the other place. Otherwise, there can be a legal action on you. So plagiarism is very unethical, and in case if you this is a case of the serious consequences for your future also. So you should be aware of all these things. And the third session was also conducted by the Dr. Pratik Deol. That was the wonderful session also, which is related to the copyrights and the copyright violation and the intellectual property rights again. And all these sessions were amazing and wonderful, very informative for all students and for the teachers and everyone in the education field. So once again, I want to extend my thanks to all the speakers, all the participants, and Council of Professional Teacher Development also. And thank you for all of you for making this event successful. Thank you so much. So once again, I want to
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
my thanks
The
to
feedback link is
all the
being shared
speakers,
in
all
the
the
chat box.
participants, and
You can fill the
Council
feedback
of
link and we will share your
Professional Teacher
certificates
Development
within a week.
also.
So
And
please have
thank
patience
you
to
for
receive
all of
your
you for making this
certificates. We
event
will try
successful.
to
Thank
issue
you
the
so much.
certificates as soon as possible. So it
Thank
was
you.
really an amazing experience to have a session on IPR. Hope you all liked it. So now it's time to end the meeting. See you again. Thank you all the participants. Within a week.